Oh, well, we should be on the right screen. There we go. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Hope you've all been having a good day. We had a restful night last night. I finally did. It was a long time in building. Doing a quick cat check. We have one by the lower window and one in the play area. Sky down in the play area. I righted the box. Scanning. I don't know what it is, aside from the whole cats like to sit in boxes thing, but if I put those out there, Sky will hop right in. And then... looks like it's Sherbet looking out the window. Can be a little hard to tell, but I don't see as much tan on the legs. Ember has climbed onto my lap. I see you're here right at the start today, Spectator. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Ember, the back patting she wants. Oh yeah, that's definitely Sherbet there at the window. Camera's a bit laggy. Let's see if I can fix it. Sky's still there. That should be more real time at the moment. How you doing today, folks? Spectator in particular, it would seem. Actually worked on the configuration for the eyes here. I adjusted this so that it doesn't force the ears down. And I've got this so it doesn't mess with the ears either. Ears or the brows. Of course, Ember is in the way, so you can't see any sort of lip movement or anything like that. I may have to adjust something else here real quick. Here. Here. Over here. So. May help. See how that do, you know. How about there? Yeah, okay. Well, like I've announced, we're going to be playing some more Great Ace Attorney today. So let's switch on over to that. Get this very dramatic music rolling. Ember nibbles on my hand. We are picking up right on the start of the third episode here.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
An anime sequence.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Brian's Coco. I'm so very reminded of the music from Professor Layton as well
I'm
here.
dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
The Great Clockwork Courtroom, I guess. Okay, the Lord Chief Justice's office really looks like it's at the top of Big Ben. Or maybe, isn't there a clock tower on Parliament? Is that the same one? I don't recall. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Oh yeah. If it takes your breath, it would be suffocating. Ha ha. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example of like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just the construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma's death. Yes. really quickly gonna poke some buttons. More adjustments are needed. Let's see. Maybe now. We'll see how that works. Fiddling with the mouth tracking. So please bear with me. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. So it's like a month and a half ago on the boat, they said, essentially, they decided to work together, since she is a legal assistant, to help train him up so he could act as the lawyer. It was part of the agreement. One lawyer, one student lawyer, and one legal assistant. What's up, Ember? Yes. Come here. Come here. I know. She so likes to chew on things. One of these times I've got to replace the cat shield with something less rickety, less susceptible to cat gnawing. Okie doke. Some of the sound dampening is off, so there might be some random sounds. Hopefully not. Here in Great Britain, the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. It is. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. I wonder what the origin of that term is. Good morning. Sorry to keep you. Oh, wow. Well, he's going to be a villain, don't you think? If his outfit was black with red trim, it would be painfully obvious. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan? It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Unintentionally sounds like sarcasm. Go! How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Male Strongheart. Is it male or Mael? Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Hey there, Okami. It's been a decent day so far. Construction continues. And like I was just saying, sound dampening is inactive right now, aside from the microphone level, so it is possible that something gets through. Hopefully not. Actually managed to get some rest the last day or so. Not the day before last, but last night and the evening leading into it. Which is great, Got all my video stuff done and uploaded. Except for TikTok, but you know, TikTok is secondary for me. How about you? Seen that you've been getting some streams in as well. Come on, Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. It can do that. Even small shifts in time zone, like across the US comparatively, or across Europe, as it were, can have pretty dramatic impacts. Let's see, what else did I do? The past couple days, I've been working on some of the expressions on the model. Mentioned this a bit earlier, but now I've got the angry and confused faces not messing with extraneous parts of the face. Angry eyes doesn't mess with the ears anymore. And confused face doesn't mess with ears or do the little eyebrow quirk anymore. Don't get a lot of use out of angry eyes. But I discovered you can combine them. I can do... that was weird. Oh, I think I know what just happened. Let's see? Let me see if I can spot what happened. I just saw all of Okami's text go away, and I'm worried that Nightbot might be being over-aggressive. Just gonna disable that one. Disable that one for now. That one. So I don't know if it is Okami that got bopped or something. Let me see if I can find indications. All of Okami's text just went away. And I don't know why. I mean, it's the kind of scuff that I definitely don't want to have. Okay, I disabled the caps marker for that reason. I assumed that it caught you on caps because the default filter was set at 20, which is way too low now that I look at it. So I've disabled that filter for now. I feel like that and like excessive emotes hasn't ever been a problem. So sorry that Nightbot bopped you. And no worries. Let's see if I can make this work. We do angry eyes, and then we do confused eyes. So I can get the swirlies in the purple eyes. Swirly eyes are a separate state. Yep. On that note, if Nightbot bops you for something that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, you can either tell me through the Discord or after the timeout wears off, so I can try to make adjustments. I like it better than the Stream Elements bot, because the Stream Elements bot doesn't handle YouTube very well. Same problem that Restream has, it doesn't actively... The logic that it uses doesn't properly handle YouTube streams. When you're linking to YouTube streams, from a programmatic perspective, you have to look at the channel and look for a live stream and connect to that live stream. You can't just say when this channel goes live, because YouTube has two different formats. Whereas Twitch is always, if you're on that channel, you can just say, while this channel is active, do that. But YouTube unscheduled streams have issues that Twitch streams don't. Unscheduled YouTube streams, if you have a disconnect during them, it can't reconnect gracefully. So it'll cut off if that happens. But a scheduled stream won't. You can actively reconnect to a scheduled stream, even if you schedule it just at that moment. But if you're only watching the channel for going live, then you won't see when a scheduled stream goes live, because that's effectively its own channel, as far as streaming is concerned. Yeah, with Restream, to make it actively connect to a broadcast, you have to go in and give it a poke. And that's either by removing your connection to YouTube and creating a new one that targets just that stream, or going in and editing the broadcast. But if you go in to the edit the broadcast, or edit the channel so that it aims at the broadcast, it will overwrite the description and title with whatever you have configured to be in Restream. Which, in doing so, it will remove any emotes that you've put in the description, and you might have to, like, re-enter the title and stuff like that. So, it's a hassle. Now, the advantage that Restream would offer if you fully use the platform is that you can simulstream. But I found a plugin for OBS that does all that for me. That's how I'm streaming to Twitch at the same time. Not a lot of people watch on Twitch, but some people do. And so I have that option without having to mess with things. Like Restream. Yeah. Looking forward to the point in construction when I won't need the sound damper curtains. I will be able to use a door. A heavier door, that is. Which doesn't necessarily solve all the sound dampening problems, but when paired with the filtering microphone, then it should be more than enough. plugin is very easy to use. Its weakness is that you can't see the health of your connection that isn't the primary. Like, I can see how much FPS the Twitch is getting, but I can't see, like, its bitrate or anything like that. Or its dropped frames, you know? Like, I'd have to look at the Twitch dashboard webpage to see the bitrate health. But all I have to do is, once I'm broadcasting to my main feed, YouTube in this case, I just hit a button and it starts mirroring it to Twitch. If you have excess CPU/GPU on your whatever computer you're streaming on, you can also change like the resolution and frame rate and whatnot of each individual thing that you stream to. But yeah, some useful tools to be had. Kitties are doing good. The construction still throws them off. Even Mason is a little frightened by it, but all of them have their hiding spots. Let's take a look at them here. We have 2 visible. Seems that 2 is the stable number here. We did briefly have 3. You can see in the play area the tipped over little greenish canvas box. Sky was sitting in it when it was upright and then knocked it over when he jumped out. He is now napping across the desk. Yeah, loud noises, new people moving around. But otherwise, they're doing fine. The minute construction ends for the day, they're right back out and moving around. Yeah, like I was saying, finally, hopefully, got the sleep situation wrangled for now. Yesterday was technically a flip-over moment where I didn't sleep at all until later in the evening, and when I woke up later in the evening, I waited a little bit, then induced sleep again to try to get back on schedule. It happened now and again like that. Indeed. It's very effective, and happily, it's not the addictive sort, but I don't want to get a tolerance to it, so I try to use it infrequently. Additionally, it is very strong when it fully kicks in. So but it has like a little bit of a variable pickup time. But once it happens, it is, let's say, hard to move. You get that sort of puppet with rubber strings feel. Excellency, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. Still got to get the lip tracking working a little better. Just like with my eyes, it needs tuning on the lower end. Yeah, the YouTube version, the YouTube instance of Nightbot that I have running doesn't get the full rule in there because there's a text limit, a smaller text limit. So it's cut off on the, it cuts off the marker that says this channel isn't oriented towards children. It's one of those. It's not like we do adult content on this one. It's that the violence can drift that way, and there's always going to be content that is, you know, that on the high edge of your PG-13 territory, getting into that R territory, as well as discussions. So it might end up being, you know, for the safety of everyone in the channel, if you say that you're a child or make it very clear that you are, banning might be necessary. Same with the Discord. It's not come up yet, but I figured I'd get the rule in place so that nobody is surprised. Nobody survives. Nobody is surprised if we have to invoke it. Yep. The goal is that the channel feels safe. And there are certain circumstances where it won't. Similar, I wouldn't mind having a button that I can press or a text command. I might have to do that. A text command that both of the channels that are listening to for things like your emergency psychological lines, you know, the call this number for somebody to talk to for help kind of things. Because while I'm happy to talk to anybody about their life or stuff like that, there's a line that gets crossed where either everybody gets really uncomfortable with some of the content, or that you should probably be talking to somebody more qualified to help you through what you're talking about. Because I'm not a psychotherapist. I'm not a therapist at all. And while I can speak to the experiences that I've had in life, that doesn't mean that they'll be applicable or even healthy or helpful to you. And as I've described with my sleep situation, I have learned to cope with idiosyncrasies of my mind that are like that one, and to laugh about it. But that doesn't mean that everybody else should just, like, accept and roll with that kind of thing. That's right. That doesn't mean that we're gonna doesn't mean that everything is allowed regardless, you know. Again, it's everybody is supposed to be to feel comfortable and safe. And what that may mean is that there are opinions and values that won't be allowed in the channel. We all know what they are. Or hopefully we do. You do get the impression in some of these lines when Ryunosuke is saying them that he has gone like wide-eyed and is nearly shouting and like clicking his heels together hard. Well, I'm glad it's coming across that way, Okami. And I like when I get the opportunity to just chat with folks in this kind of thing. I have wanted to do, like, I like to game. I really do. So it is nice to kind of combine the things. I have explained to people I know that it is different than just gaming. You get a lot of folks that have the, well, you know, isn't it great that you get to do one of those, excuse me, you get to do something that you love to do as part of what you're trying to make a career. But I'll definitely say it's a very different mindset that you're in while gaming, while streaming, trying to make sure that you're talking to everybody, trying to make sure that the content is visually enjoyable, even if you're primarily chatting during it. Making sure to get those opportunities for those little clips that I put together, you know? I can always tell everybody is, if you see me do this, there's a decent chance that I may have just reached down to press a button. That's very different than the vibe of just gaming. Doesn't mean I don't like it. That probably comes across that I'm still having a pretty good time. It's that it's more energy intensive, let's say. So it is still fun, it is great to do it, but it doesn't mean that it's like casual and relaxing so much. I wouldn't mind getting some other hobbies in there. One of the things that I had been doing very frequently up until an incident a few years ago, let's say, was mini painting. So like your Warhammer models and the like. I'm not fantastic at it, but I like to put together custom models using multiple kits and then paint them. Yep. It is definitely enjoyable. The way I was doing it was more expensive than I want to resume, but I do have some equipment that might let me get around some of that, as well as some parts held over from last time. But if I can get that stuff working safely, resin gives off some fumes that I would need to make sure that are properly dealt with. But maybe rig up a secondary monitor or something like that so I can still see chat and everything that's going on. And camera and what have you. So that we can have maybe like, you know, a painting session or something like that. Very chat oriented, but there's that possibility. Things like that. It wouldn't be bad to be able to spread out and do some other stuff. in the same vein, just a chat-focused day, but it's also figuring out, you know, what else to do. But other things. We'll see if we hit that goal. But and with any luck, the construction that's going on will make it possible for me to use the 3D printer. So that might mean that I have access to some models to mess with. We'll have to see. I always found that the models that I did paint were Warhammer and, well, primarily Warhammer 40,000 stuff, though I did use Warhammer pieces a lot. Like, a lot. And those were fun to put together and to paint. But I found that I liked to put them together and paint them more than I liked the tabletop game. Especially when I kept running into the fact that the models that I was putting together were generally actively bad for use in the tabletop game. And some of the kits weren't very customizable and then still usable in the tabletop. The stuff I always put together and painted also is doesn't necessarily line up with the like my style, the style that I put into a lot of the Warhammer models and the ones I would gravitate towards are really morbid and verge on very gory. The creepy cute combo is an aesthetic that I've always liked. In the case of the Warhammer stuff, very, generally more towards the creepy is where I would try to drift, since there is pretty much no cute in Warhammer. But even back a long ways, I would draw cute characters in very violent, gory surroundings. I would like to find more horror titles that are not about hiding in closets, and that aren't about managing batteries. That's why I liked Observation Duty, is that there is the goal that you have to constantly be paying attention to, and that's that if too many things are active at once, you're out. But it's not a matter of like, oh, there's something there, I need to keep my eyes closed effectively. Well, no, I'm sorry. It's not that there's something there, so I might have to, hold the door shut, effectively hide in the closet. It's there's something there, I need to pay attention to the fact that there was something there and mark it. So, imagine Five Nights at Freddy's, where instead of it being a matter of keeping the doors closed so as not to die, it was logging all of their movements. Yeah, Lobotomy Corp, I've only poked it a couple of times. Had a bit of spinning plates and people management, but really struck me as SCP oriented. that was the gimmick. Haven't heard of the Chainsaw Massacre. The general idea of Dead by Daylight, I think, is good. But the goal implementation, I think, is bad. Where all of the killers ultimately have the goal of the hook mechanic, and all of the survivors all have the goal of the generator mechanic. I would have liked to see that each character and each monster have goals that they do. Like, there's the collaborative helping everybody, but Pinhead should have a different objective that they have and that they impose. And, like, the photographer should have an objective that they have that is different from, you know, the military veteran from Left 4 Dead. With the different objectives, that would also allow you to do more along those lines with the perks, is instead of them being about, like, I get this mechanical advantage, they could be adjusting the goal. So you'd have, like, this is a character-only perk that would fiddle with their personal objective, but you could also have others that say, you take on this generic objective, or you take on a completely different character's objective. To mess with things, because then you also get a vibe of... You could also throw in kind of like a drafting system, where people could declare, you know, we have decided we don't want to play against this objective or this thing, kind of stuff. All kinds of little thingies you could do. Friday the 13th and Dragon Ball The Breakers. They have the problems that the lobbies are too big. Friday the 13th, you really need a lot of people because the time to kill can be very small. And Dragon Ball, it's not horror visually, but it has that same vibe of there is a powerful creature moving around, and early on they can just end you. But that one requires 8 people per game. And well, it would be fun, you know, if I had enough in the community that they could, like, rotate into that kind of thing and play it for a while. That's a lot. I've unfortunately heard that the Outlast Trials has some content that may be troublesome as far as YouTube goes in it. That's too bad. But yeah, finding good repetitive engagement horror games is tricky. A lot of them are very, like, linear narrative focused. Or they are, well, they are cabinet stealth. Or they end up not really being horror. Like, just because there's blood and gore doesn't make it scary. just because it's startling doesn't make it scary. Like, I don't consider I don't consider any of the Doom games horror. They have gory visuals, but the worst as far as scares you get is when a monster closet opens. Which doesn't count for it. Last time we were playing, one of the things that we talked about was having characters that are not powerful. And that's not even in the sense that, like, the creature can't be killed, it can only be slowed down. The idea that you have a character that is, you know, infirm or has a... No, it's like an active disability. Not that, no, they are confined to a wheelchair. They can only walk with with an assistance tool, a cane or something like that. No, they're not strong enough to do a full pull-up onto a ledge or to safely leap down from most ledges. That idea that any sort of threat is potentially lethal in that regard and in a believable sense. That way it's not even about stealth. Like, you can't crouch and creep around. This is a person that stealth means you completely avoid the circumstance. It opens the door to, one, better representation. I mean, older folks, let alone folks with, artificial limbs, with that are wheelchair bound, all kinds of those circumstances, are definitely going to be underrepresented in those fields, because very frequently a big part of those sort of horror settings are the, oh, I'm being chased by something through the trees, and you can't have that kind of scene. So what could you do with it? And things like paranormal and I think that's what it's called, but some of the paranormal investigation ones, like the detective genre in general, you could have that sort of thing where part of the research is keeping yourself safe. Like, if I put myself in a position where they're gonna run me down, then they're gonna run me down. Whereas if I know that I can prevent them from leaving this box by doing the following thing, then I just need to stay out of the box and I'm safe. So you can do the sequences where a big part of it is investigate a prior scene where the things aren't there anymore, you know? Even from a tabletop RPG, exploring that kind of stuff can be fun. Vast majority of tabletop RPGs end up being power fantasy in their core mechanics. Your 5Es and similar. All of the character classes and whatnot have the power to kill, you know? Now, you can mitigate some of that by putting them against things that are bigger than them as far as challenge, but all of their abilities are still stabby oriented. Shifting that to where that's not even really an option, you know? Yeah, sure, you can pick up a gun and fire it, but you're not... That's not necessarily a good solution, you know? a part of that is why I do like the detective games, is the figuring stuff out part. You know, puzzling through it. It can be harder to do that kind of game well because it comes down to good writing at that point. And you also have to be good at the puzzle design, where it's not silly. You don't want to have puzzles that are out of place. Where you can get into kind of your Resident Evil vibe, where it would be impossible for a person to navigate this place. Like, oh, you were late to work again. Why is that? Well, I couldn't find the red key today. Do you know who is carrying it? Because I shot the wrong guy this time. You don't want them to be too obscure. A lot of adventure games fall into that trap, where we tried playing one and it got fantastically frustrating. There was a single trash can on one of like 8 different areas that you could go to. And some of those areas were multiple screens that contained an item that item would then daisy chain like 3 or 4 steps in order to get the item that you needed to proceed. That was tiresome. It also had the oddity that the things that you have to do with particular things don't make sense. I saw one recently that had that as a feature. Like, oh, you have to use things in novel ways. It's like, oh, well, you're going to find a dog leash and some string, and you're going to attach that dog leash to some string so that you can throw that up there, and you can lasso this flower pot and bring it down, and that will, Rube Goldberg catapult something up to you. And you look at that, and it's like, how would you know that you can do that? Like, looking at the scene and the tools available to you, how would you look at that scene and say, oh, that's what I have to do? Or how would you look back at that and say, that's how I knew I should do that? In that same game that I was mentioning, there is you're fleeing some soldiers on like a monorail, like an open top, like cargo hauler sort of monorail. The shooting isn't the risk. Everybody's keeping themselves under cover on the car. The trick is you have to get rid of the soldiers. And the way that you get rid of most of them is by dropping the ceiling lights on them. But when and how you can do that can get pretty wild. Like, to get one of them, you have to slow the car down. I'm sorry, you had to slow the car down. Then you had to use a pole that you had used in a prior area to get something off the ceiling. You have to use that same pole and strike one of the lights. But if you don't do it in that sequence, it doesn't work. Like, you had to change the speed of the car and then hit the light. Because if you do it the other way, then the light falls harmlessly. And there were a lot of the actions that went that way, as you needed to know what combination and when to do those sort of things. What I tend to refer to it as is you end up feeling like you have to take everything in your pockets and rub it against every object you encounter, as well as everything in your pockets, to see if it does anything. And that doesn't feel like puzzle solving, that feels like process of elimination. I'm fine with not understanding a puzzle. You don't want it to be obvious. If it's obvious, why are you making me click? The characters should just do it themselves. For example, if I have the red key card, and the only place the red key card can be used is the door that says, use the red key card here, and that's all the red key card is for, if I try to go through the door, the character should unlock it with the key card. They shouldn't go up and say, oh, the door's locked. At the same time, once the puzzle is solved, either you should feel like, oh, I knew that answer, I understood that, or once it's solved, you should have that moment where it's like, oh, that's what you were supposed to do. And you should feel like it makes sense. If you don't have that, like, moment of understanding, then I feel like they screwed up. Sky has left, so let's find a kitty cat. Ember has taken up her shelf position. I also like exploration games. To that extent, that's why I would kind of like that sort of like roving investigation sort of game, where it's about like traveling around and finding out things. You can make it confrontational, but the idea that you go to a place to learn about something and learn about something before you would go and have that confrontation. I've played all of the Zelda games except the latest one. Breath of the Wild was fun. In the same vein as Genshin, I liked it as much for roving around finding things to do as I did for advancing the narrative. Let's see. Zelda 1 was cool in concept and for the time. And you can see, if you play that, you can see what they meant about kind of looking back at the roots of the game, and in particular the first Zelda game, when they were thinking of how to make Breath of the Wild. Because the first Zelda game is pretty much entirely exploration. Now, it has a lot of that, why would you think to do that? Like, if you use the magic candle that lets you burn things down on this very particular tree, it reveals a secret passage. You can push this very particular rock and it reveals a secret passage. But there's no visual telltales or anything like that. And if there's a clue, it was at most like 1.5 lines of text that might imply that it would work. And that's, if you know where it was talking about or similar. But there was a lot of exploration and fiddling with things. Breath of the Wild had that, and from what I have seen of it, Tears of the Kingdom has even more of that because of the weird contraptions you can build to try to deal with circumstances. There's those, like the Ubisoft titles where you would rove around and there's objectives all over the place. I don't mind. I don't like how formulaic they end up feeling. Not in the Not in the sense that there is some repetition. I don't mind the fact that, you know, every one of these objectives is going to be to destroy, to wipe out the base by going in and, you know, taking their flag. You know, where every treasure objective is find and open the box, that kind of thing. I don't mind that. It's that it would feel like there wasn't anything special about any of the areas, and that there wasn't really a substantial reward to doing any of the stuff. They weren't. Sometimes they didn't feel fulfilling in their own way. But still, that general concept I still liked. That's more of a gripe about the concept. The later Assassin's Creed games, the ones where it was all about leveling up, I would play those and just kind of murder hobo around. Those were actually some of the first streams I did. I don't think those are still up. But I would go through and do things like, I'm going to go into this castle, and I'm just going to try to kill everyone in the castle. You don't need to. You could stealth it out, but I am going to, like, truly stealth it. But I am going to do I will sneak around and make sure everyone is dead. So anybody that finds a body is going to be killed before long. If the alarm goes off, I'm going to hide until they drop their guard, then more people going to die. That can be a lot of fun. In that same vein, I liked what was it called? It's like Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. After a while, they get kind of repetitive, but those two games have been referred to, and I think accurately, as the most extensive and well realized orc murder simulators you could imagine. Especially with Shadow of War, a huge part of the game is manipulating the power and political position of the orcs so that you can build an optimal army, let alone so that you can subsequently kill them for better loot. Because a higher ranking orc has better loot. The mechanic for making them stronger is to either aid them when they're trying to do things that are supposed to give them status, like helping them when they go on a hunt or ensuring that they win a duel. So you might do things like fire a poisoned arrow at their opponent, or kill the creature or weaken the creature that they're going to hunt. And you can do the opposite too. But one of the biggest ways, since your character was immortal and sort of a boogeyman to the orcs, was to let one that didn't like you kill you, because that would immediately raise their status. Is they got to kill them. All kinds of stuff could happen in that game, but you don't even need to advance the plot. Aside from opening up areas, you just rove around and mess with them. And there's a lot to be said for that, where just messing around with side objectives being fun is, I think, a good indication that you've got good side objectives. Now, you never want it to feel like the main objective is so vastly inferior to the side objectives. Why would you do it? But you still want all those side objectives to be interesting, because otherwise they feel like a chore. Like, you've hidden this cool feature behind the side objective, and who would want to do that side objectives? Like, boo, you're making me do another time trial in order to unlock a feature, and I don't like the time trials. That can be one of the things some of them run into, is that they have features that are so disparate, but you're still expected to do all of them if you want to do all of the little things. And that can be tiresome after a bit. But it's finding that balance, you know? And, you know, looping back around, that's why I'm enjoying Genshin still, is that there are all those little things I can do. You know, find all of the boxes, find all of the little upgrade floaty things. The Culises, you know. And in some of the areas, just finding all of the places. So that's fun. Some other ones along those lines that I've played. Well, before we go too much further into that, I'm going to take a quick break, be right back, and then we'll continue. you situated? Resuming shortly. Check on the kitties here. Well, they have run off. Here. Yeah, let's see. Exploration games is good. Another thing, I mean, looping back into the horror game, I prefer when it's a sense of... It should be a sense of dread. Not in a... The thing is going to jump out and get me if I don't hear it coming and hide. Looping back into the I don't like closet stealth games. But the idea that there might be something around. Now, it could be, but the idea that I can't be there at all when it's around is the thing. Like, it will run you down. There's not really any hiding from it. The only way is going to be, like, completely avoiding it, getting out of the location. So a lot of the critters in Dredge, the boat, the game where you've got a little fishing boat, a lot of the critters in that way, it was easy to not engage. So, like, I can avoid the one in the canyon tunnels. If I don't go into the canyon tunnels, it's not going to come out. If it does show up, you need to get away. Like, period. You need to get out of there. Avoiding it ended up being not about, like, looping around and getting into an alcove or, you know, again, no hiding in a closet. It was by faking it out, essentially, doubling back at the right times, that kind of thing. You would outmaneuver it because you had seen its movement patterns. The sense of dread was going into that confined space with limited visibility where you knew that big critter could come out at any time and could run you off. It's that sense of it's not always there, but if it shows up, then I need to be ready to move. And the ones where there's, like, closets and whatnot all around, where the methodology is run until I'm, like, a room away from it, then hide in the closet, isn't as fun. And in a lot of those cases, you actually don't end up hiding. It's like a location-specific stealth field, let's call it. Because you go in there and, like in Amnesia, your character's afraid of the dark, so they can only stay in the closet for so long before they freak out and jump out. Or I think in Clock Tower, it's something like it stressed your character out. If the monster was around and you were hiding, then eventually you would panic and jump out. Which feels like they're bolting on mechanics in order to make the closet stealth feel engaging. But it still has that vibe of why the closet stuff? Why not do something else that drives them off? So again, that if I've paid attention to the surroundings, if I paid attention to some of the notes going in there, I would know that this will deter it. If I set this up in the room when I think it's coming, then it won't be able to chase me, or it won't be able to chase so fast that I can't actually get away. And then if I find this thing, I can drive it off easily. Like, I just need to hold this up and it will go away. You know, if I go here, it'll banish it from this location. Where it's important to pay attention, it's important to research it, it's important to do the things. It also means that you don't have to rely on the fact that the thing coming after you is dumb enough to not look in the places always. Like, it comes into a dead-end room. It knows it chased you into the dead-end room. There is a closet in the dead-end room, and nothing else. Why would it not check the closet? If it's a beast that is supposedly tracking you, then it should rip open the closet door. It should check under the bed. It should all of those things. That shouldn't fool it. There should be something else you do in order to either prolong the chase or to deter it. All that kind of stuff. But anyway, let's get in here. Make sure that. Okay. Back we go. Yeah, it is nice to have a prolonged chat. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to... He even has doves set to be launched when he does that. He has an intern back there hiding behind that throne with boxes of doves. / pigeons. And that thump sound was him stomping. He'll just stomp when he wants the intern to release the pigeons at a dramatic moment, you know? Ah, yes, thank you. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. This guy keeps moving around and dodging the camera. Maybe going to the tree. Yeah, there he goes. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition that we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Little cane twirl there. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in the great city. Drink water. Hello, Ember. Hello. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh. I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital... He absolutely does have somebody with those pigeons in boxes. Like, that's the signal. Like, they're watching for him to do that pose and to stomp his feet when he goes into it. That's the signal to release the pigeons. Now, you'd think it would be the hard part, that you would have to sit there undercover with a whole bunch of pigeons waiting for him to do that, you know, with little binoculars armed. But the real hard part of the job is instead the recapturing of the pigeons. Because if you keep letting birds loose in such an enclosed area, you're going to get bird poo everywhere. So it's the cleanup crew that has to regather the pigeons and mop up any mess that they've made that really has the hard job. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is the fate in these progressive times we welcome visitors. Perhaps it is fate in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. A moment here. Push buttons, doing things. Weaken things. Do. Where are you hiding, setting? Let's see here. Oh, that would do it. Then we go up to, let's see. Yeah, that would probably do it. Let's check again. Up. There. Be there. That might help there. Maybe? I had to fiddle with some more settings. Ears might still need some tweaking, but pretty good so far. Might have to give them more upward limit. Phoenix Wright music continues to be good. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? This is it then, the moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is something else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But, glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and the court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. Click. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there for all of a sudden? It did, I didn't notice quite. Very well. But given how much we're seeing of this game following some of the newer Phoenix Wright games, including the Phoenix Wright Professor Layton crossover, paying more attention to what the characters are doing, fidgeting, changes of facial expression, that kind of thing, is relevant. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what would you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. Brutal. What could be simpler? He is going to overwind that watch hardcore. I do like pocket watches like that, though. I like watches that have a tick in general. Don't know what it is. Clocks, too. I should get one for in here. They have that, especially if you have one with a nice deep tick, Creates a very particular atmosphere around them. Can give you that Memento Mori vibe, too. How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. It's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I'm the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. It's very easy to win. All you have to do is not lose. It's just that one thing that you have to do. Oh, it's that vibe of the number of things you are being asked to do is more important than the difficulty of any given task that you are asked to do. So, the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. Okay, so I get the gimmick is that he's rookie at this. But 2 times now he's defended himself from death, essentially. Both the initial case, where he did have Kazuma helping him, but Kazuma was largely helping him procedurally, assuming that can't remember her name right now, but the legal assistant with him is allowed to assist. Then procedurally he would have a person to remind him. Then the primary thing that's going to be different is that he's defending someone else. So this shouldn't be from a skill perspective, from a what he's tried to do in the past, this isn't terribly different. So the difference is it's somebody else. And so he has that concern. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. Sherbet sees something, but I'm trying to figure out what he can see. I mean, to some extent, I'm sure he's put off by the fact that he doesn't have a curtain to climb right now. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. Flick. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? No, I don't want the game to continue. Hey there, Dacetopia, welcome. All right then. I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's all right, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. I feel exactly the same way. Okay, this is an interesting change. How are you doing today, Daystopia? I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? Click. It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. There's that legal dystopia that is characteristic of this series. There's nobody to defend him, therefore, he is screwed. I mean, that's still often the case, but you generally have the idea of a public defender that can step in to at least ensure that there is the bare minimum of a actual trial. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with the chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. See? Pigeons again. Like, that's a signal. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. The whole layout of this room is similar to what they had in the Japanese courtroom. You know, door centered on the left side with guards on either side flanking it. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. That's a lot of money, isn't it? It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. But there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if it's building itself. The building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at the moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. Oh, it's the Mad Hatter. Slightly subdued today. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Japan isn't right, say no more. The jewels and the, that gesture there reminds me a bit of the info broker from Mia's death case, or murder case. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, tis grand. Sparkle, sparkle. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area in Tokyo. What? It is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Did that much rain even fall in one day? It's a saying that I've never heard. Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be waiting you to do something for me. Wanted. Oh, to be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Muster and Blazes, do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park. Full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. If I recall, there is such a place. Like it was a private park that became a public one. Effectively a public one. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its... he means queer old people. Queer old people. It's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ha, but... now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What's the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. It's the only time we'll have to get our words in. Mr. McGilded, the thing is... Hey there, Foxy. Thanks for joining again. Hope your stream went well. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. Was I after saying, you daft Egypt? I'll give you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, not at all. At all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did he just say Reaper? The Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord... Let's see, is it going to be Barrick or Barak? Barak van Zieks. Okay. Magnus McGilded just seems to be Magnus, and then they say McGilded to be he be rich. It's got the same sort of feel as Scrooge McDuck, you know. But Barak van Zieks. I wonder what that one's a spin-off of. It's tricky to try to look them up because there will be extra information about the characters in any of the wikis that could spoil things. And they present it very early on. It would be kind of neat in more of these since the names tend to be like a joke, is start out with the first name that they're given and explain anything about that name, and then have subsequent sections reveal more and more so that the less spoilery stuff happens early instead of like lumping it all together in whatever order. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. When Von Zieks stands up for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Hello. Switching cat cams here. Sherbet has joined us. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Okay, so this is a lot like the introduction of Edgeworth. What? So we had our tutorial trial against Pain, in this case against Ouchie. Then we had the not really a trial, but it had some trial-like mechanics, which was the deduction sequence, the investigate and deduce sequence on the boat. And now we're having our first trial against the actual prosecutor. Desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend in the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak van Zieks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, man. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. That would be me. Ember being really chill to not take a swing at Sherbet for trying to walk over her. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of the law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Old Bailey courtroom. It's the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different from the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. You can tell by all the rabble muttering. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I can't help it. The prosecutor is a vampire. And we still have a bushy-bearded judge. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is fully prepared. It must be the Reaper of the Bailey. Really does look fully prepared to dispatch his poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Yeah, a cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? That was a very wide pre-bow preparation gesture there. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman. Did you hear that he donated 5,000 pounds to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go and play in the McGilded Park? Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. It's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Not too uncommon in this series to play the card that the prosecutor has scared them away. That they don't want to lose the case, so nobody will take it on against that person. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded. Most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. To the task. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Feel a chill. He is a carriage driver, like the guy at the beginning in the little anime sequence, beginning of the case. He has the horseshoe clasp there. Is it called a brooch when it's like that? I can't remember. Anyway. He has that, and then if you look at his mustache, it's another horseshoe. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, these people are the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. And in the Phoenix Wright series, there is only the judge. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinion of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Gavel. Prosecutor Von Zeeks. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. They've even given him a similar look to Edgeworth. The question will be, how does he act once it begins, as to whether he has the entirety of that look. Yes, but yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was the maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry, Thrice. He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Hey there, Levi. Welcome. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord. Is that blood, counsel? We're continuing our playthrough of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles on Chapter 3. Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them. Gavel. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Of the gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There is a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting so it is. When I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to the help of a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got under the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Gasp. Gavel. Ordar. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Guessing the coachman and two other dudes. Witnesses, your names and occupation. Beppo. My name is... well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I, make hats for gents. Oh. Like, ladies first, I suspect. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness testimony. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? This testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. In that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. I mean, they said there were only two people at the time. How quaint. I've read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. I've only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for I've arranged for all of us to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus! I wonder what that sash is supposed to mean. You generally see it... I've only ever seen it in, like, fictional settings, like shows and whatnot. And it's usually worn by, like, nobility and military officers. Neat. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. Those 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Bum, bum, bum. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. His wig pops askew. He has the same sort of, kind of bumbly Santa vibe as the basic Phoenix Wright judge. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Right down to the little spectacles. Very well, I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Can't believe it. The entire crime scene. I mean, that's convenient. Wait, can we look? Job Masters, London head office. Let's go inside. Scene of the murder. It's horrible. Hey there, Galacticness. How you doing? That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Doing good. Managed to get plenty of sleep for once. So we're kind of raring to go for our resumption of our Ace Attorney playthrough. Yeah, YouTube does delay quite a bit. Oddly, I actually see it a little faster through Social Stream, which is the one that appears right down there. YouTube live chat feed can be even slower. It varies. Sure. Ember snoozing up there. Let's see who else we get. Got Sky up in the tree over there. And then we have Sammy and Sherbet over there on the bed. Zoom in over there. Oh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Galacticness. I hope you're doing okay. Hopefully you will take some comfort from some kitty cameras. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Fizzing. YouTube and Twitch have similar delays and wiggliness with the viewer numbers. My viewer counts are usually not so high that it's hard to notice the fluctuation. But it seems like if you are using, if you're switching tabs or looking at different things, that it will wobble substantially. In general, I have my YouTube and Twitch viewer numbers hidden for that, because it's, from a streaming perspective, it's useful to not overly focus on it. Hey there, hello kitty. Joining us from Sanrio. I'm really enjoying Ace Attorney as well. I've said before, it reminds me of the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover game, as far as the presentation of it. The multiple witnesses, the watching for tells, and similar. A moderator? Possibly. Eventually, I will probably have need of moderators. At the moment, chat isn't so fast that I would need one just yet. Are you new to the stream? Hello, Kitty? My memory is fuzzy, and people sometimes change their handles. Seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. I really liked what the artist did with the design spec that I gave them. The making the core a beating heart was very cool, with the hanging tubes off of it. I also like the window that went into it. How you can see how you can see inside the housing like that. But yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. The seat is only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side with. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have been seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? I appreciate it, Collectedness. I do like being able to chat with folks. It's one of the reasons that as one of the roles I can see for moderation and similar at larger sizes is to have somebody focusing on chat as much so that significant chat messages and similar can be brought to the streamer's attention so as to react to them. Otherwise, you get that sort of like, you glance at chat and you try to react to something that somebody has said. But it is nice to be able to chat with folks. There was a good chunk of the beginning of this stream where I was just chatting with Okami Sky, who is another streamer who regularly visits us. We were talking about was it horror games and exploration games. But Hello Kitty, in any event, we are, as you said, playing Greatest Attorney. This is our first playthrough of it. Would appreciate if you are familiar with the series that we avoid explicit and implicit spoilers as a result. I'm generally able to compartmentalize that kind of thing if it happens. But we don't want to spoil. We don't want to spoil the experience. Otherwise, we are a very casual, chatty channel. So feel free to talk or ask questions or lurk as you prefer. The cats are a central part of the stream. So if you don't see a cat in that camera, let me know. And if you'd just like to see all of the cat cameras active, let me know. We can always switch over and take a look. Poster for the Great Exhibition. Okay, that's another exhibition poster. Let's see. Advice for streamers. One of the things I just mentioned, hide your viewer count. If you're doing it through Twitch, You can toggle it off on your dashboard. You can just click it. If it's through YouTube, well, through Twitch or YouTube, I would suggest not looking at the dashboard in general. You know, if you want your chat and your activity feed and similar, put them as like docked windows in OBS or something so that you can't see it. Because you generally want to act as if there is somebody there watching and not talking, even if there's 0 people. So you're reading out loud, you're commenting on stuff, you're narrating your game one way or another if you're playing a game. Because then even if there's somebody there who's watching and not talking to you, you're still providing the same entertainment. And if somebody enters, you don't have to worry that you're just like playing silently when they do, because that might turn them off to the show. Tool-wise, I would suggest getting some noise-canceling software set up. You can use NVIDIA Broadcast on the computer that is transmitting, is taking your microphone. At this pace, from what we've got right now, I'll probably end the stream at about 9 o'clock. Might run a little over, might run a little under. It's starting at about 8 o'clock. I'm going to be looking for an ending point. That is starting at about an hour and 15 minutes is when I'm going to start looking for a good ending spot. Because I want to avoid running past 10 o'clock. This is in U.S. Central Time, GMT minus 5-ish. I think it's still GMT minus 5. There's some wiggle when daylight savings gets involved. All right then. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck, from the back seats of the roof deck. See you later, Galactic Miss. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that? I wonder. Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Seat has a handle, it seems. And a luggage compartment. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. This is the roof deck of the omnibus. Must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? Pay money for this? can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Just saw something back here. Hey there, Megan. I like that. Little Easter egg. It's a Phoenix Wright omnibus. Welcome back. Well, glad you can watch with us for a bit. The bed cam jammed. I think that was Mason just moving by. You can get the same thing. Pay money, it's cold. Think of something horrible. Okay. Entire crime scene. Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Having a good day today, Megan? I could help myself a lot by giving the omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Gavel. Let's continue with the proceedings, then. Your cross-examination. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Deep breath. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Rinosuke, focus. It is. Been getting, got some good rest last night, finally. And got all my videos edited yesterday as well. So hopefully we can keep this whole thing rolling, you know? Stick with that pattern. It's boss of the evening, so I had few customers.
Hold it!
It was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Sir, that's right, sir. It's ever so cold. It was freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, though. Of course, no. There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening. That last bus of the day. I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. I spend that much on the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. Okay. He's claiming to have been on the back bench. There's a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. This would be if you're looking back onto it. It'd be weird. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how could I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I wouldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. Really wish there was. Out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged his knife right into his guts. Let's take a look at this again here. Side, scene of the murder. Okay, this would be he was sitting in the back, looking down in. The implication being there could have been someone here, sitting here, and then there's always like somebody could have been hiding inside the storage compartment. Because if you're sitting on the back in the back bench, the only bench you could see is the one where the dead guy was. Stabbed him. I screamed I did. Wrong button. Press. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? I wonder what fair dinkum comes from. I know it was like a cartoon character was called that. Oh no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. He can't fool me. No point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, One by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. A convoluted and dangerous process. We've lost ever so many judges from burning. Especially given that they have to thump the table and lob it backwards to make it work. I feel like the change the color of the chairs part that it does would be sufficient. But clearly not. Fire is needed. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean we shall do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen? I'm even more worried than I was before. Gavel. Oh, this is another thing that's nice about the Ace Attorney games, the newer Phoenix Wright ones, is the scenes are consistent. Like, the flaming scales are part of the set, as opposed to having to have fixed scenes and sprites. So we can see all of the animations and the changes to the scene from the different angles that they show it at. The black scale is lower now. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. Well, the two people that called out their votes were already the ones that were very biased at the beginning, and they called out their bias when they made their verdict. Go back.
Hold it!
Sometime after 10.
Excuse me.
Oh. If I may, Mr. Fairplay, what are you fossicking for now? The last statement appears to have given you pause for thought. Not really. By the way, you always seem to be looking to the side. One way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. He's not really willing to say anything, it seems. None of your business, anyhow.
Hold it!
Sometime after 10. It's freezing. 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? All the travelers in the same part, not all in the same part of the bus. No other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted? No other passengers, none. Nobody fled the scene then. The boss insists on it running, he does, every evening. Or if it's altogether worthwhile, I'm sorry to say. It's so cold, makes little money. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? That's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'm thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then it happened. I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. Mutter, mutter, mutter. The jury look like they're even more convinced that my client did it. It appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Okay. External hemorrhaging and trauma, a little after 10. Definitely blood. Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Weird place to get blood if you're stabbing. To get it there, and only there, let's be generous and say that you would have to stab with the knife held blade up from your thumb, essentially. So not the, the serial killer downward stab, but like a plunging stab. Which I guess is reasonable, but not when you're stabbing from the side like that, because you'd have to reach around. I mean, if it's right hand from the side, if you're sitting on their right. I don't know if that's going to come up. It'd just be a real awkward stabbing, It will come of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity, if only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. See any other telltale markings. He's missing a button, but I don't know how relevant. Mr. First. Yes, sir? Is this the knife? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that the murder weapon? Looks like it, yeah. Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. Yeah, they're really going for the vampire look. It's got that young Dracula / Alucard vibe. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded? Take your pick. Seems a particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. Ah, consonants.
Objection!
There are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
His objection is a different color and script. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. That's half of them. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. Such I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. They're emphasizing how difficult this trial is. And again, that's 4 out of 6. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at this moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Could also be a W. Ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus's initial. It's beautifully gilded, too. Must be very valuable, I should think. Huh, what is it? Look at this M. You turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. W? This is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. References. It's 2 Phoenix Wright references. I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Well, that idea was quickly quashed. Part is the sheath. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I don't really like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. I keep it on my belt. See what it looks like. Still got the blood on it. It's a lot like blood. I mean, hopefully they waited until it dried to put it back in the sheath, because that can make it, rust and stick inside. Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. A lot like? Which property is missing? As opposed to looks just like or is the same as? think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. I do understand. I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. What exactly did you see? Well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, you are obviously referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. Okay. This we can refute. By the other passenger, obviously you were referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. This entire statement is contradictory. It is contradicted by what he says. He screamed after he saw the stabbing. This guy looked down, saw him reach over and stab. So it's him stopping the bus after the scream is entirely wrong. What? So we're going to get at least one more guilty. Yep. Juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? The master of the London Guild of Coachmen. The idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I changed my mind. The horse is bolted, as they say. Just keep an open mind. Yep, now, Silver Blaze, the finish is in sight. Thump. I mean, so maybe what we've got here is that there is some sort of toggle that they're like a foot pedal that changes the backing of the chair. But what that's also doing is some sort of aiming mechanism beneath the little brass fixture that determines which way it lobs it, so that there is a fixed firing angle for each chair for each target. And that when they thump their hand down, it's a button that they're pressing. Because again, otherwise we're relying on the accuracy of table thumping to lob that fireball. And you can't tell me that that fireball hasn't flown into the crowd or into the judge at least once during all of the trials. I mean, maybe that's why the trial happened so quickly from when the event occurred, is that they have to train all of the jurors to be sure that they're ready to lob fireballs during the trial. Got to make sure that there's no errant fireballs. Give everybody plenty of practice. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what he says. Thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Old Granny is left. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. He is still bowing. That's gotta be hurting his back. Like, if not, that's some muscle control there. That's some strength. And we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books. Maximum philanthropy go. Many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds. Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir. The one with the very darkest of soul, and one with the very darkest of souls. Okay, let's... We've had many phrases here. Let's look up Shylock, shall we? A relentless and revengeful moneylender in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. And when it's lowercase like that, it means that you are a lender of money at extortionate rates. So he's a loan shark. What? Stone the crows. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest. Okay, there we go. Extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of this before. She's wrecking her knitting right now, if those are supposed to be mitts. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will have come to no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed, it was the final repayment date for his debts. Gasp! Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Yeah, he's vampiring so very hard, he's not going to be able to leave if it's still daylight. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Ah, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. Huh? As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Gavel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Who owed 20 guineas. The victim owed quite a bit of money. $20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of the London gentry. Dear, do you really think we should look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London gentry's personality, is it? Personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Shulm's name inside. Well, let's see what we do find. As a real ledger. Maximum scribble. It's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. It's one of the witnesses. The banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he? Look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. It would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. Such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. Final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense, all 6 members of the jury, are in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respects for Swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections? Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Yes, you were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote? However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors. A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have been... has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination. One moment and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. They really do capture the racism of the time. It is blunted, but you do have it here. In this second trial, we still have it. All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. Do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leanings and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. In times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefits, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out? Yes. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Oh, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention of this was made before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. Why should we need a reason to say that someone's guilty or not? This is silly. Look how guilty he clearly is. Seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. All right, then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe, it might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. Gavel. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilted, guilty of this most serious crime. This is an entirely new concept. The jurors' contentions. There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fare totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him, just like this. That's how it would have to be. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the Guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised our prices above 4 pence this year. It's 5 pence per person. Stab. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. Beggar's belief. Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. Throw everything I have them. Use some very persuasive language. Just a moment. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh. Thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law. Right, sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work? From what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and then see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, We then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. So it's contradictions in what the two or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Okay. Suppose you're right. Find contradictions. Pit them against each other. Okay. Be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Smack. I have to pull this off. I like that added little gesture of him psyching himself up. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Interesting system. The defense's rebuttal. Boop. And boop. Bonk down both saves here. Done this one second, so it'll default to this one when I go to save again. Oh. 4 passengers totaling 20 pence. But this guy says fares it's raised prices above 4 pence. So if he's correct, there's 5 people.
Hold it!
That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? That's right. As the guildmaster, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. 1 fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words. And it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it the crime or the buses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin. So this guy, we should be able to pit against her.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Explain yourself, counsel. What have I said? Swear on Silverblaze's mane and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, this is also neat. We've got somebody moving around fully. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? Your basic math is... Stop trying to confound us with your basic multiplication skills. Explain it to us in simpler terms. Do you perhaps have a set of apples, or perhaps fuzzy bunnies, that might be able to illustrate this point better? We won't... We won't bow to you ivory tower mathematicians. Simple if you do multiplication. Gasp. It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Or that one of your coachmen is charging 5 pence and skimming money. Then how do I make it so that this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go in? Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. Whoop. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then you must strike next. You pit 2 more jurors against each other and show that there's a contradiction in their assertions. Mr. I have a switchblade and, old grain. You can do it. Scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. So you have the floor again. Her text is darker green now, too. Quick break, be right back. settled back in. Then we shall resume. All right.
Hold it!
Careful, you could hurt someone with that. You're fine when to talk with that sword hanging from your waist, hmm? I don't know, it's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes, you mark my words. Seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please, be careful what you say. He's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate than, as far as I'm concerned, he is kind of decked out for less fortunate, isn't he? Like, a very soft green and purple coat, which would show dirt very well, white gloves, well-kept hair, jewelry. I mean, it could be glass jewelry, that is true. Well-done top hat. He does not seem bad off. Stab. He's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. His gesture has failed him. He stabbed the knife in to accentuate his point, and now he's paying for it. Now, does he go flying in a moment? Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? If you've thought of something, test your theory. Like the present to pit them against each other. So, her you can't contest. It.
Objection!
Two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant was stabbed. She is referring to the way the driver described the incident. Downward, serial killer stab. Horror movie serial killer, I should say. And that he was on the floor. That's what the driver said. He was down on the floor, and he was stabbing downward. He saw the moment of the killing. The posh knife wielder there actually described what would be plausible if McGilda was sitting next to him and was right-handed. He would have had to do a... it wouldn't have been a facing-down knife. Stab across himself, like over into the belly. If he had been left-handed, it would be plausible to get that underhanded kind of stab. But it still would have been awkward. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What, can't you see I'm busy here? He's still doing it. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ah, want me to test? You want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. So again, the way she's stabbing, it seems like she punched her needle into the bench too. But she doesn't seem to have as much trouble removing it. Now, don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. Sweet old lady. The speech pattern, I mean. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Thump. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. Thump. Can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on all of us. This is sorcery. Word sorcery he learned from the East. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all of this? Answer me this, dark jinx. Naruhodo there has a point. This is the classic conspiracy theorist thing. Our opposition has phenomenal cosmic power and is entirely powerless at the same time. It's, if I can compel you all to change your mind, if I can mess with your minds like that, why have I spared you? And then that's kind of the question you have to pose is, what makes you so special that you're immune to this influence? It's an international cabal of assassins working with a shadow government, and they're killing off the people that know the truth. So you know the truth, do you? Yes. Then why aren't you dead? Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have a slightly different recollection of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say that it didn't happen like that? What are you calling a dandy, sir? Why should I take this knife to you? Are you calling old? Why should take this needle to you? They're ready to kill each other now. Could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Let me just check the court record here and make sure I've got the right thing. Single stab wound to the abdomen. It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. Big ol' stretch, remember? Sammy has toasted on my lap enough and is now changing venues here. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. Thump. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what I want to see. It's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Saved game, that's what I'm going to show him. Some irrefutable hard evidence, as you wish. Huh? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw the two different moments of the same crime, as proven by...
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? Thump. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Point. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. All right, I concede defeat. Thump. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning not guilty. Well done. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. Ember and Sky were blocking my line of sight there. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. Said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Oh. He went from kind of, pretentious to creepy so very fast. Please tell me he's a barber. A quite remarkable turn of events. The defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. missed a line there. So, Lord Von Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Gonna need another drink here. I think he's upset. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice. That chalice had metal parts, and he smashed it to dust. As in, gilded fragments went everywhere too. Setting aside the fact that those gloves held up, I mean, that's plausible. They could be nice leather gloves. But the metal fragments, like, that should have at least held the bottom of the glass together and, like, crumpled. Let alone the ring at the top of the glass. And has a divine grip. I just noticed it's a little concealed behind the cat cam, unfortunately. But you can see a bit of the top. The mark or the picture on the bottle of wine is a pair of scythes. The stylized, like, raper scythe kind of thing, not an actual scythe. Crossed across what looks like a black-robed skeleton. So the Reaper brand wine, you know? It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Von Zieks. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the shroud. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Way to win 'em over. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Slow zoom in is kind of, what are we going for here? Is it gonna stop? Let's find out. Okay, it eventually stops. If it hadn't, we were going right up his nose. Oh, he took off his cape. He's getting serious now. Added bit of flair, his epaulets, instead of having, like, twine, have, like, metal scales off of them. And the epaulets seem to be metal themselves. This guy is swanky. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman, I believe it's Beppo. Hey there, maybe. Welcome. We're in the trial, we're in the Chapter 3 trial here. There was no investigation period for this one at this point. It just jumped right in. How's your day going? Yes, this is a judge in Great Britain. It transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus. You will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. Yeah, see, those are the scales of justice, maybe, where apparently, when one of the 6 jurors declares that they have reached a verdict personally, they hit some sort of switch that changes the backing of their chair to white or black, and then they slam their fist down upon the desk and bounce a ball of fire into the scales. And in practice, when the scales have fully tipped one way or the other, the judge proclaims a verdict. So yes, clearly, a part of the court system in this variant of the British world involves balls of fire flying around. I mean, it'd certainly make the proceedings more exciting. We were speculating on the what sort of aiming mechanism or training that would have to go into the process. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Okay, the guy in the center was previously only looking to his right, to our left. Like 90 degrees that way. Now he's concerned. Only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but, so far they have not. I wonder if that's gonna happen. One of the jurors, like, thumps the desk and the ball of fire goes arcing off into the peanut gallery. Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. As I understood the saying, peanut gallery generally refers to, like, the hecklers in the crowd, the people that are always, like, chattering in the background. We have frequently had the people observing the trial chattering during some of the scenes. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. Tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage, I guess. Beppo, explain yourself. One of the jurors is the guildmaster of the coachman, who said that he had personally set the price at 4 pence per passenger. Now the passengers are saying they were charged 5. The implication being that Beppo has been pocketing a pence per passenger. Terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Might understand you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. Your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay a 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. Done the arithmetic 10 times already, and I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Various misgivings.
Hold it!
So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? Oz? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. Getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. It's like those bus rides are so cold, the man is eternally cold now. It's like it's seeped into his very being. Even bundled up, even by the light of day, he is cold. Warmth will no longer reach him. Even when they put him in his casket, it will frost over before it's in the ground. You'd think that'd make it toasty warm, those giant blazing scales. But no. It's cold around him. Look at that. His breath is fogging when it comes out. Now, normally that would be your hot breath hitting cold air. But I contend it's the opposite. His insides have become so chilled by his existence as a coach driver that he is exhaling a cold fog. For your crimes of overcharging shall freeze your very soul. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have had another suspect. It's got to be a blessing in the summers, you know? That's assuming that the warmer weather can do anything about that.
Hold it!
This means that everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4. I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried. I'd have been happy if I had never if it had ever existed in the first place.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out of his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. So we know he has a motive to lie. Because he has a debt to McGilded as well. One of the motives that they have put forward for McGilded to have stabbed the brickmaker, to have stabbed Mason, is the idea that Mason owed him money but couldn't repay the debt. Well, Fairplay owes him the same amount of money, as far as the ledger lists, and his debt is coming due very soon. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. There's only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. What are we all wasting our time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. Could have pressed that. Whoops. Can't waste this cross-examination. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. That in, there's already one mechanic that ends the trial for you making mistakes. I suspect that the jury aspect of it is just to build dramatic tension. You're right. I need to pay careful attention here. Don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction. If you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them. So, I think the guy in the middle twitched as a reaction to what the Hatter said. First, I want to get him to answer more.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. I suspect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head... No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Huh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance. Oh, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Gavel. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. All the juicy details. Think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Save? Put one down right here, too. Record. We're going to be able to present those. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. Meh. There was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. It's Banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. It's now the... Yep. Yep. Tsar. Boy, you know, you should be careful. Present gloves.
Objection!
Blood-soaked. Hands? Well, I admit soaked, maybe laying it on a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Now, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. Huh? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. There certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here, as I'm sure you can clearly see. It's only on the right-hand glove. He's gnawing on the metal knob of his cane. Can't be good for his teeth. As he's heard the old stereotype of British teeth, and he feels that he needs to reinforce it, make his a little worse. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Arg. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. It's either he's explicitly lying to get McGilded in trouble, or he saw somebody else. Because you can't clearly identify, the way they describe it, they couldn't precisely see the faces of the people in the carriage. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Well, I mean... Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why, I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? No, he has a debt to the accused. Just gonna make sure we save here just in case. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide of this trial completely. Show he has a compelling reason. Yes, we can. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. I mean, he looks so trustworthy right now. I call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception. Present. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Ordar, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here in evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both his hands, not just one. Huh? What? Gavel. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Another big stretch from Ember there. Had to flip over and toast the other side. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yeah. Might finally have a chance to turn things around here. The witnesses really saw. Blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. It's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's account. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Real quickly here. Yep. Go inside. So I have the seat across from where they're sitting has the compartment. Was wondering if it could be that this stuff wasn't in there, but they might just be saying, like, no, there's... Yeah, same stuff. It's the driver's tool compartment, essentially. Perhaps that will come up, but I don't see when. The thought would be, like, oh, maybe somebody hid in there, or... since there isn't blood everywhere else, that maybe the guy was already dead and they just moved him up there and there was a little drippage, you know.
Hold it!
We're gonna try to get through this sequence. If we don't, we'll probably save before 9. Tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless. I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers. There's a major discrepancy in what they're saying, but ignore that.
Hold it!
Suppose you might say I didn't see the actual murder, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But, for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? No wonder. There is not a good... I can't find a good reference to how much a guinea during the period of their main use would equate to post-inflation today. The guinea was still something referenced until like 1970. But by that period, there was a strong alignment with the dollar. So, what was it back then? Like, converting it from saying it was a gold coin and pricing it based on the current price of gold doesn't work. Because generally it was more... It's something that was used in a larger scale money measurement, or like a pricier things measurement, as opposed to like pounds and shillings and whatnot. Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, it's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby. And apparently modern, like even sometimes today, they do use guineas in horse betting. It's going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend that's a sure thing. Ah, a little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. They kind of are. He's a witness. He has a strong reason to see the defendant dead. Because it's the same debt that the victim has, and they referred to it as a not inconsiderable sum of money. Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of McGilded's gloves has any sign of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. Yeah, it wasn't McGilded sitting beside him. He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir. I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. And it's unreasonable to assume that he managed to pull on the gloves without getting blood on at least at least thumb and forefinger. And none of the actual, fingertips have blood on them, except for saying thumb is not finger, but, thumb is finger, except for the right thumb. For the purposes of this, I'm going to assert thumb is finger. Though I can't remember, is terminology, is that actually accurate? No. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. It wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. That must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I mean, it's tangibly significant. You didn't see anything? Yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Sir Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Long pause. Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Like, even look, his skin is, like, towards the bleached white side compared to the others. Like, he is pallid. My head was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Bump. Beppo. Ah. Fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen it. Everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. Not sure about these two witnesses. Would they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. We're going to just save right here. We're closing in on our next, our critical save point, as it were. See if we can get a little further. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding this omnibus. And witness the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. That at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Thump. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Beninese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. / wood paneling. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. I mean, it could be flesh. Is this some sort of, like, SCP living public bus thing? We'll identify the area in this cross section. They're sitting here as they seem to claim. Then they could be over here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin from which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight. Wow, they're being very, very complete, is as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, thump, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Gasp!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. It's the second time we've been called some sort of sorcerer, you know. This time a little vaguely, but, you know. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In the British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Save is what we can do. Oh man, triple kitty. Very briefly. Sherbet put out. Like, but Sky was over there laying down. I want to lay down with Sky. Fine, I'll go over here and sit on this heating pad. Honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I think it can be any of them. Oh, who could have been on the other side? Magnus. The defense would like to put forward a name. I mean, I'm pleased that he has spare cups. It would be a shame if he only had one hallowed chalice if he's in the habit of smashing them to dust like that. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Gavel! Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. Smack! This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat, the omnibus cabin, is this dude. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Man, he is hard on his chalices. As if this courtroom needed more fire in it. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. Maximum colonialism, go! When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. But both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there is blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. Thump. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
Thump. And who was this third party? Thump. Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Gavel, gavel, gavel. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on this testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. That's right. Both gents were most clearly hatted. Behatted! Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. They swim through crowds seeing a bunch of hats suspended on anonymous faces. In what particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. You call yourself a hatter. The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? I mean, he testified that he was asleep, that he fell asleep very quickly when getting into a cabin. So, in the period between him falling asleep and him waking up, somebody could have entered the cabin, did some stabbing, and left. Ah. He's right. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand? Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? I mean, I feel like it's supposed to be critical that we do. We need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. If something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? God, no. 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? Thump. No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Von Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who is this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know. Well, the Wee Tang just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her once before or since.
Objection.
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak. Listen into the proceedings. Bang! Smoke! Fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away. After them. No use. Cough. I can't see. What is going on? Be careful. Cover your face. Don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Wow. A fire broke out in the trial room, full of open flames. Who could have thought that something like this could happen? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Gonna get a to be continue? Yeah, good timing. Save. Let's see. Do one here. One here. Okay, we are going to wrap up here. So it's done typing. Alrighty, folks. We have actually managed to wrap up relatively on time. Shocking, I know. But we've made it along. I like all of the new mechanics that they've added to this game so far. I know some of them aren't new. There have been prior Phoenix Wright related titles that have used some of them. But still, coming out of the Phoenix Wright trilogy and into the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, I feel that there is a significant quality bump, both in the presentation, but that's expected from essentially the tech level since then, but also in all the mechanics of the trials. Feels like there's a lot more going on for us to interact with. So this is good. It's good. Lots of fun. The trials are also, I think, pretty quality so far. We'll see if that holds up. We are going to be playing Danganronpa tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we're going to be playing Your Turn to Die. Both kind of death game investigation sort of things. We'll see how that goes. But otherwise, I hope you all had a good time tonight. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good night.